Washington, the United States. This interview will be conducted in English. My name is Janice Engelhardt, and this is Liesel VanCleeff. We're in Seattle, Washington on March 22nd, 1996. Good morning, Ms. VanCleeff. Can you please state your full name?
My name is Liesel Martha VanCleeff.
Is that the name you were born with?
Yes.
And your date of birth?
January 13, 1931.
The town in which you were born?
Rotterdam, the Netherlands, or Holland.
And how old are you today?
I'm now 65 years old.
Can you begin by describing your early life in Rotterdam to us?
Certainly. I lived with my parents and my sister in Rotterdam since I was born at home in Rotterdam. And we had a beautiful house. We played a lot outside. Inside the house, my father was a good musician and he encouraged us to make music. And we did. And then we went to preschool and we played again a lot in the house and outside with friends in the neighborhood. And then we went to elementary school in Rotterdam. My sister is 2 years younger. And so we had a nice family life. My mother was always engaging us in many activities. She was the one who was always thinking of new things to do. We traveled a lot to our grandparents. And so in general, we had a nice family life until the war broke out.
Can you describe your religious background, your family tradition?
Yes, we had none. I was born in a family where we celebrated holidays, anniversaries, birthdays. We didn't have any religious affiliation. So we were not used to prayers. We did not go to church or to synagogues. I didn't hear about those possibilities until the war was over. And so we entered into the war and I didn't really know about religious nor traditional values in our home. We had, when the holidays came about, they were Christian holidays. We had a Christmas tree like everybody else in our neighborhood. We painted Easter eggs when Easter came around, and that was about it. We just didn't have we didn't have a fixed set of religious traditions. We just lived freely, and I wasn't aware of religious education nor other people around me that had these traditions, and certainly not the Jewish religion or tradition. We had Christian neighbors. Occasionally I saw them going to church on Sunday morning with a little Bible in their hand, and I thought, wouldn't that be nice for me to do that? And I just thought, well, I would like to go with them. But we didn't.
What about your grandparents? Was there any sense of Judaism?
Not that I remember. You have to realize that when the war broke out, it was 1939, so I was 8 years old, and what you remember as an 8-year-old kid was you went to your grandparents for dinners, making music, talking. They played with you. I played with them. They were reading books to us. We went on little field trips. We did not have a specific religious tradition with my grandparents, not that I know of. I don't remember my Dutch grandparents living in Rotterdam. I just don't remember enough other than what I just told you. We went there, we made music, we had lunches, we had dinners, we had birthdays, and the other set of grandparents were in Germany. And what I was told by my parents, they didn't have that Jewish religion or tradition either. So I was really not aware of what Judaism meant.
Were there ever any special Friday night meals or lighting candles, anything of that nature?
No, never. The only time that I remember now about Friday nights is here in the United States, when I came into contact with many Jewish people who do celebrate Sabbath and who do light the candles and do have special meals, and they invite me, and I'm very grateful for that. But in my time in Holland, before the war or after the war, we didn't.
You mentioned celebrating Christmas and Easter.
We did.
Can you describe how that was for your family?
Well, Christmas was around our house with a Christmas tree, lots of candles, no presents. We respected the religious tradition in Holland, which was usually the first day of Christmas, or the day before Christmas rather. Christmas Eve was a celebration of family, going to church or having a dinner together, and celebrated just with lights and friends what was coming. So the coming of Christ. But that was not really mentioned. It was all kind of, it wasn't covered up. We just had in the middle of the winter, a beautiful tree with lights, and we were together, either with friends or a family. And then the second day of Christmas is meant to be visiting your friends and family. Easter, I had absolutely no idea. We just had lots of eggs. We painted them at home. We bought chocolate eggs, and then in the garden my mother would hit them, and then we would just try to find them, and that was Easter. Fun, but no religion, and not really much of a Bible story either. So it was all very playful.
Did you have any contact with the Jewish community or friends?
I'm sure we did, but I didn't realize that they were Jews. They were part of our family. My family had many friends that were Jews, but that there were specific holidays, specific traditional things that the Jews would do, no, I wasn't aware of that. And so I have been brought up with not knowing I was Jewish. And that is my story. And then the war broke out, and then, you know, things, yeah.
Before you get to that point, can you describe a little bit about your father's business and how the family...
My father was a very gentle man, known for his human approach. He made lots of jokes, he played beautiful music, and my father had a factory. He was the head of the factory. It was a factory of bedding. He had personnel working for him. He was certainly not a boss that people were afraid of. People loved him. They brought him lunch. They were happy to see my father. My father had a wonderful communication with all the people that were working in the factory and in his office. And his office, I believe, was downtown Rotterdam. And the factory, I don't exactly remember where it was at that time before the war broke out. but my father's business was big and he was always involved. But it never felt like he was too busy for us. And so my mother was at home and ran the household, and my father called my mother, if you want to do anything, call the Department of Entertainment. And that was my mother. And my mother surely was the Department of Entertainment. She always thought about traveling, languages, culture, and my father followed her very faithfully. So it seemed like it was really a household of papi, mommy, kids, work, pleasure, grandmothers, lots of visitors. But the fact of Judaism was not brought up. I don't remember, and I think I just don't have that kind of feeling that we did have that in our family.
So what happened when the war did break out?
Then you have to realize my sister was 2 years younger. So when the war broke out in 1939, I was 8, my sister was 6, and slowly things were happening, not just for our family, but in the country. We were occupied by German forces. Since my mother was originally from Germany, I was fairly familiar with German terms and the German language. Slowly, through the occupation of Germans in Holland, there were many restrictions laid upon the Dutch population. Food was getting scarcer. We were ordered to do this or that, or not to do this or that. But incredibly slow, but certainly penetrating, was the fact that something was happening to our family. And I don't remember that we had to wear a Jewish star. Maybe my sister did, but I just don't remember that. What I do remember is we couldn't play with our friends anymore in the street. So there was some kind of a curfew for us, for my sister and me. So it felt slowly that we were singled out as a family, not being able to do certain things what the other families were supposed to do. Going to school became harder, and one day we couldn't go to school anymore, and one day we couldn't play anymore in the street. So my parents, being creative and very cosmopolitan and very free and easy, they were able to get us a tutor at home. And that went on for a while. And so
how was that explained to you as a child? Why couldn't you go to school anymore?
This is a very strange, I don't remember. I think we were flexible enough as children that this was a new phase or a different phase in our lives. I don't specifically remember that this was such a bad time. It was a different time. And certainly I don't remember that I was not supposed to do certain things. My mother was a very dominating figure. My mother told us many times what we couldn't do and what we shouldn't do and what we must do. That has been all along in our lives. So this was another thing that, now that I think about, I don't really remember that it was bad. It was just part of life. And so we had music at home.
At school, before you left, did you notice were the teachers treating you differently? Were the students treating you differently?
Never. Never, ever did I feel treated differently or being talked about, ever. Maybe I was too naive, but I just don't remember this ever happened to me. I'm not sure about my sister. I cannot speak for her. But for me personally, no, never, ever. No. So the house really became a center of making music instead of going out, learning at home instead of going out to school, playing at home instead of playing outside. And that was part of our life. And so far we were not told why. Maybe we were, but I don't remember.
How long did that continue, your schooling at home?
More or less, it continued until 1942, when little things were creeping in. My father, I remember, couldn't use the public transportation anymore. He was supposed to be in the back of the bus or the tram, just like the African Americans here in the United States. You're not supposed to sit down, you're making place for the others, you're supposed to be in the back. And things were creeping in like that. And my father's business was being taken over slowly by some German business people. That all came to my mind later on, but again, we're talking now, I'm 8, 9, 10 years old, and then one day my father came home in the afternoon and told my sister and me that we have to leave. We have to leave the house, and my mother was out shopping. And we were told that we should leave by our good neighbors and friends, the family van der Meer, who always were supporting us and always were friends, and told my father, now is time, you have to do something, or else tonight or tomorrow morning the Germans will come and pick you up. So that was the beginning of an afternoon. I do remember packing things, trying to figure out what toys to take. And I remember putting those things like shoes and clothes and toys outside on the balcony, as if I wanted to show the outside world, this is what we're going to do. Instead of being introvert, I wanted to communicate with the outer world and saying, well, we're going to leave, which was kind of, you know, you wanted to do a good thing, but bad things were happening in the meantime. And my mother wasn't home yet. So finally my mother came home. I don't remember that evening really. It was either the evening that we left the house or the next day. I just don't remember exactly what the moment was. But I do remember I had to say goodbye with my sister to my parents, not knowing what we were doing. We were saying goodbye. My father was crying. I don't remember what my mother was doing. My sister and I suppose we thought, well, we're going to stay with somebody, but you know, in those days we thought, well, we've done that many times, staying with friends and family. And so I remember walking in the street then, and at that time I remember we had been wearing a star of Judaism. I don't know how we ever got these stars. My mother must have sewn them on. I don't remember that period, but when we said goodbye to our parents, the person that was with us, taking us from our home, said, now is the time to get this star off. I remember that moment. And then we were staying with some friends of my parents, which was a great time.
What did your father or your mother say to you as you were leaving?
Goodbye.
Did they explain why you were leaving?
No, I don't remember that. And it's peculiar I haven't figured out until this day why we weren't explained anything. Maybe we were, or why I didn't listen, or should I have listened, or am I blocking this memory out? I do not remember.
So what happened in these people's homes?
Then in these people's homes, we played, we ate, we had good shelter. They were people that we knew. They were, again, friends of my parents. The woman that we were staying with was half Jewish, so she was doing her thing. She wasn't being expelled. And so my sister and I were there until someday we went to another family. Things apparently got too dangerous, that people had 2 girls in the house, and a lot of things were going on in Holland. And my sister and I were brought to another family with other friends. That family we didn't know. We had no idea. It was networking amongst the underground. There was a lot of underground working with people that were helping each other, and specifically the Jewish people. So I think that my sister and I were at that time still together for a while, until that place became too dangerous, but I personally never felt so much in danger. I felt, oh well, this is another trip. We didn't have school. We were just in the family, and we weren't supposed to go outside, but I was already used to that in Rotterdam. And I wonder if it's just the flexibility of being a young child, that this was just kind of absorbed by us, that we could handle that. And so then the next stage.
About how long were you in that first and second home?
I don't remember. Between 1942 and 1944, before I came in the camp, these changes have been happening. The first one, I think, was the shortest stay, maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks. The second address was maybe a little longer. The third address was also shorter. By that time, I was separated from my sister. And the last address that I was, before I was discovered, was a place that I stayed the longest in, with 2 elderly people, a couple, a wonderful couple who had their own problems besides having me. These people had a daughter who was in Indonesia, and Holland was a colonial force in Indonesia, but the Japanese had taken over, and there was war in Indonesia, and their daughter they hadn't heard from. So their daughter was in, they didn't know where their daughter was. So they had me. I didn't know where my parents were. I know they were somewhere. We didn't have daily contact. That was too dangerous. And they had their daughter not knowing where she was. These people were wonderful. I remember thinking, oh, they could be my parents too. And they would have, if my parents would have not come back after the war. It was just a wonderful time. We were outside a lot. We had gardening, we cooked, we had not much of material wealth, but we had a great spirit together, the 3 of us. And they were in their 60s and I was 10 years old. It was beautiful.
How would you spend your time with them?
In the yard, planting seeds, looking at the flowers and the birds and the animals, and reading little books, and helping with the laundry, and helping with cooking, and peeling potatoes, and making a celebration of very simple meals, and that was about it. And we tried to repair shirts and sheets, and we didn't have much, but it was a beautiful time. It was a truly harmonious time, one of the best times ever in my life. Yes.
Where was that? Where did they live?
It was in the middle of the country, near a place called Utrecht, but the place itself was called Soest, S-O-E-S-T, in the middle of beautiful trees, wide lawns. It was also a suburb of the royal family, where they used to live in a palace, but the royal family had left for London and Toronto. But the scene, the country there is just gorgeous. Old trees and beautiful serenity. So, and I didn't come outside the house. I was, you know, they had a big garden and I could be there, but I could not go shopping. I could not be in the little town. I could not be seen, because people would think, what are these old people doing with this young child?
Did you have any contact with your parents during this?
I remember occasionally I got either a letter or through some phone calls of other people, communication from my parents. It wasn't direct. It had to be indirect. It had to be either through the people working in the underground, or, as I say, through a written letter that was given to us through people in the underground. I didn't have much contact, but there was some. And I did not have any idea where they were. I don't think they did either. I'm not sure how my parents were able to pay for me being with these other people. And I suppose they did, knowing my father, who was always very decent. I don't know. But my parents were by themselves in another family somewhere in Rotterdam, I found out later. Until the day came that some people came to the door of where I was, and they said, come with us, and your name is not Liesel VanCleeff. Your name is... I gave him my name. I had a false name by that time. My name was Liesel Hogendijk. And these people that came to the door, they said, well, your name is not Hogendijk, your name is VanCleeff. And I held on for a while, but after a while I just fell through and I said, yes, I'm Liesel VanCleeff. So then the man of the house was not there that day, fortunately, and I was with my hostess. I was taken by the train into Amsterdam, and I was still not aware how serious everything was in the country and how they really were after the Jews, because maybe because I just didn't know that I was so Jewish. And but they were after me, so, you know, I felt punished for something I didn't do, and my hostess was totally disheveled, because she is a woman who was always in the open air doing things and was really one with nature. And all of a sudden we were in this train brought into a prison. That was a shock.
To interview with Liesel VanCleeff, March 22nd, 1996. Would you continue? I wanted to ask you about when you were staying in these homes. Were you sleeping in a bedroom, or were you having to hide within the home?
I was sleeping in bedrooms in one home. We slept in a barn, but that was of no significance, really. And then the last phase, of course, was with the older couple, and I was just having my own room and did not have to hide in closets like Anne Frank or under the ground. No, I never did. When the phase came of being discovered, so to speak, then the hostess and I were put in a train. We were actually we were standing on a platform of a train station with these people. I forgot. I think there was a woman and a man. Maybe there was another man. And maybe there would have been a moment of us thinking, now we can escape. But we didn't. So we went in the train and were shipped to Amsterdam, where the big prison was.
Before you go on, can you describe what happened when these people came to pick you up? What was your response to that?
Well, we were, the hostess and I, Mrs. Klaarhammer and I, we were preparing for dinner, the two of us. We were going to have green beans for dinner, and we were sitting there with these little knives trying to get the green beans going. And these people came and they were just overpowering us with talk. They were Dutch, they were not German. They were Dutch and they were holding us hostage and interrogating us.
Were they military? Or?
No, they were civilians. And that went on for a little bit. They took me apart. They took me separately from the hostess. And that was it. I'm not sure how long that lasted. But it lasted, you know, long enough for us not to escape and go in the train with them to the prison into Amsterdam.
Did they tell you where they were taking you?
No, no, no. And fortunately, the man of the house was not there. And so here I was, and there she was, the hostess, and then we were separated within the prison. And I'm still not sure at this moment what is happening in my life. I was so outdoorsy that it felt like, oh well, this is something I cannot go outside, and here I'm with people in the city in a prison. I didn't even know. I've never been in a prison. There was yelling and shouting and ordering around, and then some Germans came. There were German soldiers, and we were there for maybe 6 weeks. My hostess, I never saw her again, because by now I must obviously have been separated with the Jewish people. And one day we again were shipped out from the Amsterdam prison onto a train, and the German people had their guns pointing at our backs. And, well, that was an anxious moment, but still, I can feel that as a child I must have been still very flexible to think, oh, well, anxious I was, but we were shipped, and then we came to a camp in Westerbork.
Was there a gun pointed at your back?
Yeah, definitely. Not just my back, but everybody's back, you know, like, hey, come on, like cattle, shut up, go. And, well, I did. And that was the first moment of extreme anxiety and fear. And I must admit that my personality is full of fear and anxiety. I don't think it comes just from the war. That's me, plus an extra dose of the war experiences. So by that time...
Before you
go
on, who was around you? Were there other children your age, adults?
I don't remember. People. I don't remember age-wise.
Dutch people?
I don't remember. I suppose they were all Dutch, but I cannot give you a clear answer. I don't know.
What about at that point, did you have any knowledge about what was going on in other parts of Europe?
Absolutely none. I had no idea. I was totally a country girl coming into a situation where it was a shock to be with people, city, hunger, ordering, nastiness, and I came out of a beautiful state, so it was a shock to the system. Then into the camp I came. Oh,
One more. When you were in Soest, did you get any information from the family or the two older people you were living with? Did you ever hear any conversations that they were having?
no,
about the war?
they were wonderful. They didn't have anything behind my back or whispering. Maybe they did in their bedroom about that they had to be more careful with me. Maybe they did, but not in front ever with me. They never shared any anxiety on their part with me to create more anxiety in me. They didn't. They were beautiful people, and so they didn't.
And can you describe more about what the transport was like on the way to Westerveld?
No, I cannot. I honestly cannot. I think it was a train. I know it was a train, but I don't think it was a cattle car. Maybe it was. I don't remember. Holland is so small, so the whole trip may not have been more than 2 hours anyway. And then we came into the camp. And the camp, you know, was a setting of people, and I discovered my sister there. My sister had been in hiding. My sister was discovered, and there we were. But my sister was in a different part of the camp, and I was brought into the camp in a specific section of the camp for newcomers. I made an acquaintance there with a girl who's still my best friend as of today, and I met some people that were friends of my parents. And so again, being naive, playful, soaking it all up, what was happening there, didn't know what to say, what to do, until I realized more hunger, less freedom, not good clothes to wear, then more yelling, people going in trains from there. We didn't know where they were going. Every day that was happening. So more and more and more slowly it began to sink into me. Something is happening in this world that I wasn't used to. And I had to work with laundry, discovering other people that were friends of my parents. And one day, apparently, I was brought over to a different part in the camp, coming from the newcomers' barracks into a different part, and I believe there it was done because I was handed papers of my baptismal. So I was not one of their most punishable people anymore going to Auschwitz, which I didn't even know existed, those words. I didn't know these camps, never heard of camps, not even my own. And so I was brought into a different part of the camp with these friends of my parents, who were all people who were still in Holland, in the camp, almost at the end of the war, 1944, and who were musicians, academicians, people from the erudite population of Holland, and me and some other people who were baptized. That meant we were temporarily given permission not to have to be shipped out yet.
Were these friends of your parents Jewish?
They were Jewish, but they also never did anything about Judaism. and he was a judge in Rotterdam. He was well known, and they never practiced Judaism either. So they were the same type like my parents. They were good friends of my parents. They'd gone to school together, to high school, the man had. And so I was with these people and ended up with them eventually being shipped off as almost the last transportation out of Holland into Eastern Europe, not to Auschwitz.
How did you receive the birth certificate? Do you know how that was arranged?
No, I don't remember. I didn't. I got this birth certificate, which you have, later on after the war. I believe the man who brought the paper into the camp, Mr. van der Meer, must have given it to the friends of my parents who kind of adopted us in the camp, my sister and me. I do not know where the paper is for my sister. I only have my paper. I believe it was given to her, to the woman, the friend of my parents. I do not believe that I got that paper in my hand. I don't remember. I don't think so. So here we were, you know, hungry, anxious, afraid of things that we didn't know what to make of, and people being shipped out every day with ghetto blasters. So and so has to go, and so has to go into the train, shipped off to nowhere. But I was still saved for the longest time. My sister was, and these friends of my parents were, and so we were doing our daily thing.
What was that daily thing?
I think a little bit of having to follow orders about laundry and food and whatever there still was. And we played a little bit and we sang a little bit, and I don't remember much.
What did you eat?
Don't remember at all. I don't remember at all what we ate. Whatever we could get. Again, I came from a very serene surroundings. It must have hung onto me for a long time that it didn't bother me yet. And so I was still a healthy kid, I guess.
Did you have contact with your sister?
A little bit, but she didn't. She was younger, so she was with the little kids. And she had a different life in the camp than I did, and I'm not sure what she did. And we never really talked about it much either. So,
were there other children your age who you would play with?
Yeah, there were. I think there was a lot of hanging around. A lot of hanging around, saying, hey, who are you? Where are you from? School wasn't there. I think it's just a lot of talk, and be be aware of what could happen next. I was not physically punished, and I didn't remember. I do not remember in that camp who was either. It was what you call a Durchgangslager, which means kind of a halfway house for other concentration camps back east. This was the Dutch roundup of Jews, the Dutch camp Westerbork. There were many German people there, and the Germans and the Dutch had their own schisms amongst themselves. Maybe you know about that, but
did you see any examples of that in your day-to-day activities?
No, because I spoke German too, as well as Dutch, so it didn't faze me. No, but I know, reading afterwards, after the war, these books about who was on whose side. I remember now that was definitely a separation. So the Dutch camp Westerbork was definitely, you know, the camp for the Jews to be stored. Yeah.
Did you have a special job there?
No, I don't remember. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No. It was just a lot of talk, 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 hunger, anxious, afraid, not knowing what am I doing here? How come? Uh, uh, Still, you know, at this time I'm 10 years old, or 12 years old. Maybe that is something that is in me, why I didn't grab what was going on. I cannot tell you.
Did you have any knowledge about where your parents were at this?
Parents were not there, and I must have had a feeling of that they were safe. They were safe, they were not there, and I didn't have the daily longing for my parents. Every time there was something different, I didn't have the feeling I should write or they should write, and phone calls were not possible. We were just too busy to survive.
What would occupy your thoughts? What was keeping you busy?
I think like every child, you know, what would be enjoyable? How could we play with nothing? How could we talk with our friends that we made new, we never had met before? And of course, my parents' friends were there to protect us and adopt us, and there wasn't really much that would occupy us with it was all new and strange, and there was a feeling of togetherness, gossiping, trying to figure out what would be next, speculation, and I don't remember really working all that hard, or if it was work, it was all right. But slowly seeping in an atmosphere of being controlled. But again, I came from a very controlled mother. My mother controlled the house and us and always told us what to do and what we shouldn't do and how come we didn't have done. So maybe that was part of my life already.
Were you able to roam around freely?
A little bit. It's a bare piece of land where the concentration camp was. You couldn't go out of it. It was bare. It was heather ground. It was grounds that were surrounded with barbed wire, and so no, we couldn't go out. No, we couldn't see different things. I remember very, very vaguely a dance that we did in SHOAH. Never heard of a SHOAH, but okay, I remember that just a tiny little bit. And the reason I'm saying that is because after the war and after I came to the United States, our children, we put them in a Jewish day camp here in Mercer Island, I believe. And they learned the SHOAH, and I thought, oh yeah, that's nice. So, not much, you know, just grim and gray and unpleasant, and it was just, I didn't know what was happening.
What were your expectations?
Nothing. Nothing. That's a good question. Nothing. I don't know if I wanted freedom. I don't know if I wanted to be with my parents again or had normal stuff going on like school and play and music and fun. I was in a nothing land.
So, what happened when you finally went to Theresienstadt?
Then one day, we were all rounded up, including my sister, including the friends of my parents, and we all were pushed into a cattle car with no windows. There must have been some air, otherwise we wouldn't have survived. And we were completely, it was a situation where I don't think we could sit or lie down. We were all standing or rolling over onto each other, and that was, of course, you know, the bad scene like you see everywhere about pictures of Holocaust survivors. And it was bad. And I remember standing next to a doctor in the cattle car. We had no food, but he had a flask of eau de cologne, and we drank it. And I don't know how we urinated. I don't remember how. We couldn't go anywhere, so everything must have gone over on the ground in the cars and whatever. And after, I don't know how long, maybe it was a day, we landed in Czechoslovakia, which I didn't know what Czechoslovakia was, and not in the least that we were shipped to another camp. So here we were in Theresienstadt, an old military town with a big square. We were all rounded up, and we had to give gold watches, jewelry, false teeth, everything had to be dumped. And I didn't have that stuff, so, you know, I was just a kid without anything, just a little bit of clothes. And then we were dispatched to this house or that barrack and this barrack. My sister went to a children's home, and I stayed with the people that were my parents' friends. And we were in a bunk bed situation with lots of lice and lots of, we had a little wood stove. And the temperature there was 25 below zero. What do you call that? 25, yeah. And there life became pretty severe.
When was that you arrived in?
1944.
About the month?
I think it was in September. And their bathrooms were frozen over, people got sick, the sewage didn't work, people had diarrhea, people, you know, it got more and more severe as far as sanitary conditions were concerned. People got ill, people got typhoid. I never saw anybody die. I didn't see any physical cruelty, but you knew that that was going on. And we were sleeping on top of each other, and every night there was a ghetto blaster telling you what was going on, and a new train coming in and going out to Auschwitz. I didn't know what Auschwitz was, and I never fortunately was in Auschwitz, but we had to survive by working and trying to survive on heat, which I was able to get some coal from the train tracks. This family that I was with in a little room with bunk beds, we had a little window and we could see the trains and the tracks, and they sent me downstairs to get some coal for the wood stove. That I remember I did. And then we ate the rind of cheese and the peelings of potatoes. That's what we had. And we were together, pretty nice. We were there with another couple, and I remember her being very hoity-toity. She had some very chic slippers with her from Holland. I don't know how they came through the cracks, and she tried to hang on to those fancy slippers. And things became worse and worse and worse, and I had to work. As a child, I worked with boxes that were filled with ashes of dead people. However, the good thing for me was that I had to go down to the basement where it was warm, so I didn't have this extreme cold on my body. And I had to shove these boxes to other shelves. And don't ask me why I had to do that. I don't know. I was happy that I was in a warm situation. And
did you know that they were
that,
ashes of
yeah,
people at the time?
how did I know? Nobody told me, but or maybe people told me, but I knew they were. So it was a grim situation. I didn't see my sister much. She was in a kinderheim, in a youth home. And so life was beginning to seep in what it was in a concentration camp. No news, speculation from the outside. All the time. Speculation that London was doing something. Speculation that America was doing something. Speculation that Europe was liberated. Speculation that Europe was hungry. And nobody ever knew what was true and what wasn't true.
What was that speculation based on? Was there any radio or?
No, just gossip. Somebody must have gotten some news through somebody else. And so life was grim. You were afraid of anything you did, or should have done, or could have done, or must have done. And for everything you did, you were punished. And, you know, slowly it began to dawn upon me that I was being punished for something I hadn't done. That just very slowly. And people survived on their own strength, on their own spiritual values. And we occasionally, I remember going out on the walls of this concentration camp, a wall that was a wall that came up from a deep moat. And of course, if you would jump from the wall, you would be dead in the moat. But from the wall, I remember seeing a city, and that must have been Prague. And I don't know Prague. Theresienstadt is just an old military fort, and I remember some kind of remembering my hiding place with birdies and trees, but that was about all. Very vague. A total survival trip every day. Where should you go potty? Where can we go this? Where can we get coal? Where can we get food? And where can we get rid of lice? And that was basically it. And the talk of the town was, who's going to Auschwitz today? Because I remember people saying, that's where you die. That's
Did
where
you know
you
anything else about it?
No. No, I didn't. And then the day came that we were ordered by the camp commander how to parade in front of him, almost like in Schindler's List. You go this way and you go that way. You go to Switzerland or you don't go. And that was a breakthrough that for me was a breakthrough of high anxiety.
Number 3, interview with Liesel, VanCleeff, March 22nd, 1996. In Theresienstadt, were you able to make contact with other children? Did you have any kind of social experience?
I have a very intensive contact still alive these days through Theresienstadt, or through Westerbork rather, with who became my best friend in Holland and who is also a very distant relative, we found out. other than her and her brother and her grandmother, again, the friends of my parents and their children are the closest relationships that I remember and still have, except for those who died. I don't remember having a typical child's social circle of playing games and singing songs. No, I don't. Not even with my sister, who was in a children's different barrack. It was a total life of survival. As I told you before, the food, how to get clean, how to stay out of illness, and there was a lot of illness around us.
Were you ever ill?
I became ill after the war. After the war I got typhoid and pneumonia, but not in the camp. It's a different story. Maybe those of us who were shipped to Theresienstadt at the sort of at the end of the war were maybe still healthy enough from Holland. I don't know. Could be. Could be.
How would you keep yourself clean?
Very difficult. You had to, everything was frozen, and with this little wood stove we had, we were occasionally able to defrost some ice, and then that's how we kept ourselves clean. Mostly we were not clean, and we were sick with the lice and the filth and the horrible bathroom situations. And until this day, I really don't enjoy camping that much. We just couldn't have our normal toilet and bathrooms facilities in place. Everything was flowing over or frozen. It was a total filth. So there wasn't much we could do. I think we were creative enough to do something, but
What, like what?
well, defrosting some ice and, you know, and keeping ourselves warm. That was about it. And I know that in Theresienstadt there were different groups making music and painting and drawing and doing theater. I don't remember. But there were the Danes, and there were the Czechs, and there were the Dutch, and I don't remember ever being involved with culture in Theresienstadt. Not really.
Were you ever drawing or doing any of that yourself?
No.
Any singing or making
No,
music?
I haven't. No, I have not done that. Not in the camp. And so one day, the commander of the camp made an announcement to all of those who could parade in front of him, and he would select people who could go to Switzerland. I came home to the friends of my parents in that bunk bed situation. I said, I do not want to go, I don't want to leave you. And they said, Liesel, you should do it. Just do it. And I didn't. That I remember very well. I thought, oh boy, there's another loss that I will have in my life. You know, they were like parents to me. I do not want to leave them. Then it must have dawned upon me that there were many different phases in my life that had lost contact. You know, all these different hiding places, my parents, and now I'm in the camp. And now they tell me, now you must parade in front of Mr. Schindler, so to say. It was not Mr. Schindler. But they forced me. They forced me into doing that. And my sister. And through a fluke, I do not understand, I do not know, these friends of my parents also had a chance to go and parade in front, and all of us, these people, we were all chosen to go to Switzerland. Many were not, but we were. I do not know why. Up to this day, I do not know why. There were many different opinions. There was an opinion that the rich American Jews would try to buy their Jewish family out of camps. There was a story about the assistant of Hitler, Mr. Himmler, who said, "We will show the world how good we are to the Jews. And these are the people I can show you in Switzerland. There they are." I don't know. I do not know their reasoning. So again, we were shipped into cattle cars, and we thought, oh boy, now we're going to Auschwitz. I thought this was not true, that we would go to Switzerland. And one day we were traveling around a lake that was Switzerland and Germany, the lake. And we traveled around and around and around, and we heard bombardments like crazy from the sky, hearing falling bombs from planes. And we thought, oh boy, this is the end. And somehow we made it into Switzerland, and there were the Germans in our car, there were the Swiss coming into our car, and it was like, now we're free. It was a most remarkable situation, encountering these two forces of Swiss custom officers and the Germans who had been guiding us from Theresienstadt into Switzerland at this little place at the lake. And here we were, all these prisoners. And then I remember very distinctly, the first thing I asked, is Holland liberated? And they said no. And that was for me the most traumatic experience. Where are my parents? What's happening with Holland? I remember that very, very distinctly. As if for the first time in this crazy life as a child, I seemed to grasp something of what is this world doing? What are we doing with each other? Who are all these people? And Holland wasn't liberated. I thought it was terrible. Then I really broke down, and I remember, what am I doing in, and then we were in Switzerland in quarantine. Is it quarantine? Quarantine. Because we were liced, we were hungry, we were dirty, we were this, and people there received us with a dietary menu for weeks, because we had to get used to food. They cleaned us, they looked at us medically, and trying to find out who we were, where we were, and what to do with us. And Switzerland was full of refugees, and Switzerland was not necessarily so eager to have another bunch of refugees coming in. So, but we were lucky. We were, I guess, under the auspices of the Dutch consulate, whoever was left there, because Holland was at war. I mean, they were occupied. But I guess I'm saying the right thing, that the Dutch consular people were trying to figure out now what to do with all these people. And there were a whole bunch of children. And we, my sister and I, were one of the children. First we were put into a home with private people, and then later on the children were transported to a beautiful boarding school in the mountains in French Switzerland, where we were supposed to have schooling for the first time in many years, and not knowing exactly where exactly we left off and where to begin. And I remember walking with a book on a terrace in the mountains in Switzerland thinking, gosh, I really have to finish school fast because I'm behind. And I was behind. So we had a great time there with all these kids. However, a lot of us got very ill. There were people that, like me, I got typhoid, I got pneumonia, and we got ill, probably because some of the sewage systems in the Swiss Alps, on the boarding school and the hotels, they were all full of refugees. Some of the sewage systems broke, so through the bacteria or broken pipes, probably we got pneumonia and typhoid. It could still have been from the miserable situation in the concentration camp, we don't know. And so we got deadly ill, a whole bunch of us. Not my sister, but my best friend Carla and I got so deadly ill that we would die. They treated us in an old-fashioned hospital, in a clinic in French Switzerland with, I don't think we had penicillin. They had an old-fashioned method of trying to regulate the fluid in our lungs with little glasses putting on our back, trying to regulate something to get us breathing again. And it was just a crazy old-fashioned way of trying to have us recoup from these illnesses. And by that time, around May, Holland was liberated. And by that time, somehow my parents got hold of people in London, or they got hold of my parents. I'm not sure either way. That, of course, my parents, having gone almost berserk with where are our children, they've been in a room with for 2 years, sitting there not getting at all, and the hunger winter in Holland was so severe and everybody was dying, not just Jews, that my parents were frantic, where are our children? And they found out we were in Switzerland. I think they found out through some friends of mine in London or through the Red Cross. And then my parents just were able to come right after the war to Switzerland with a train to see us, to see me, and the Swiss didn't let them in because they didn't have money and they didn't have a sponsor. And so they had to make sure and convince the Swiss customs that really I was very ill and that they wanted to see me. And through some distant relative of my father, they were able to, who sponsored my parents, to come into the country. Switzerland was overloaded with many, many refugees for years, and one case after another. And so that's how we got back together again.
Before you go on there, you arrived in Switzerland when?
1944, was it 1945 in February? I think 1945 in February.
And as you were, what were do you recall your expectations about going into Switzerland upon leaving Theresienstadt?
I didn't believe it. I thought this is just a trick that this commander of the camp is playing on us. I didn't believe any word. It took us days before we reached Switzerland. There were bombardments going on through Germany, and I thought, this is the end of my life. I just don't believe that we're getting into Switzerland. But I'm also a person who doesn't trust much anymore. After so many experiences and being shoved around so many times, I just didn't have any. How could I trust that this was true? We couldn't see out. We were not seeing anything. So I didn't know if it was true or not until the time we stopped at the Swiss border after circling around and around and around before the Swiss let us in. And then I knew we were in Switzerland, and then I knew I was very, very, I was trembling with fear that where are my parents? What's happening to Holland?
How were you treated by the Germans who accompanied you on that passage?
You mean in the concentration camp?
In the on the transport, in the train.
I don't remember. We had nothing. I don't remember physical abuse. We just were hungry and anxious and dirty and shoveled by forces of. We, I, they were always yelling and they were always ordering us around, and I was used and I understood the language. Yeah. So I don't remember making any effort to get out of it or how to make something good out of a bad situation. It was just ordering, yelling, you should do this, you should do that, and if you don't do this and if you don't do that, then you knew you would either get a gun in your back or they would shoot you or whatever. But they have not been they weren't particularly aimed at me personally.
Was there ever a time when you had...
Except in Amsterdam, in the prison, when they had a gun in my back and say, hey, go, come on, yeah.
And then when you got to the school, what was that like on a daily basis before you got sick?
Well, we began to get some fun. We began to get some feeling of freedom, some feeling of we can read a book, we can learn, we can play. And it was quite a nice time. But it just began to dawn upon us that this freedom, really was there. Although again there were many orders, many regulations, many systems always in our lives that were occupying us. But it began to get a little bit better, and getting out just in a tram, in a bus, under a tree, smelling the flowers. It just began to get better and more enjoyable. The haunting thing was what's happening with Holland, what's happening with my parents, where is my house, was still very apparent. And then I got ill in Switzerland, and very ill, and I remember that very vividly. So,
were you communicating with your sister?
Not that much. We did communicate, but she definitely was in a separate area than I was, and she was 2 years younger, and we were not that close on a daily basis. No, we weren't. And we just had different lives. I'm not sure how she spent her days. So I don't know. But the people I was with, that particular group, that age group I was with, I know I wanted to learn and have school over with fast. Yeah. And then we had beautiful, beautiful vistas there, and it was a French part of Switzerland, and we learned a little bit of French, and we got to be kids again in a free world. But there were kids that lost their parents, that lost all of their relatives, and certainly my best friend did. And that was, always hanging over our head. This cloud of misery, of being afraid, what's next, all the time. And that will never be forgotten, and it will really be with us all our lives. Yeah.
During the period when you were in the camps and in Switzerland, did you identify with Judaism?
Never. Never. I never felt I was a Jewish kid. I just don't remember. I was a Christian kid. You know what I felt? Dutch. I was Dutch. I didn't identify with religion, tradition. No, I didn't have any. I had Dutch experiences. And that was very clear. The Dutch heritage, the Dutch background, the Dutch language, the Dutch parties, the Santa Claus, the travels that my parents and us took to my grandparents into Germany, Bavaria, to Italy when we were small. No, I have no recollection of being Jewish, or not even in the camp thinking, oh, these people are having their Sabbath, or they dance, or they do something religious. I wasn't in that group. And so I came from a very assimilated, cosmopolitan, liberal family. We just didn't have it.
Did you find that knowing the German language was beneficial for you? Did it shape your experience?
I didn't find that that was such a big help. It is part of my life. And of course it is a big help. And of course I feel it's easy for me to switch to German, and there was no problem. And I never thought about the Dutch that may have had some problems with that language. I'm sure there were, but I didn't. So the camp afterwards, the camp experiences afterwards, after the war, in my marriage, getting kids, now I realize what a horrendous experience it was, and how people can do things to people this way. And it's still going on. Yeah.
What about your reunion with your family? Can you describe the first moment when you saw your parents again?
Yeah, I was almost dead. I was dying. It's typhoid and pneumonia. And my best friend Carla was next to me in her bed, same. And I was told by my sister, and don't remember, I was so ill, that they went to her first because her parents had died and her grandmother had died, so she didn't have anybody except her brother. I don't remember that they did that, but I do remember that they came to me, and I do remember that I thought, oh boy, here's my mother again telling me what to do and not what to do, definitely, and how I should lead my life. And although my mother is a great woman of great activities and entertainment, she really was a dominating factor in my life, and I was not particularly anxious to go under her wings anymore, but I was very ill, so she stayed with us for a long time in Switzerland. My father went back home with my sister, and I stayed with my mother in Switzerland until I recovered for a month. And my mother was very good at that, with finding creative ways of getting me going again. Very good. She's a great woman for finding all the avenues. She was never afraid of anything, and I was. So it was a good reunion, but it was, I thought, I've got to get out of there soon and be on my own.
And then when did you go back to Rotterdam?
Went back to Rotterdam. My father was able, again, through connections and good friends, to get our house back, to get his factory in shape. Well, that took years to rebuild business like that, and to get their identity going again. They didn't even have passports. I mean, the whole country was devastated. Not us, but you know, the Dutch were devastated by 5 years of occupation and hunger and demolishing and undermining morale. And again, my father and mother were great people to make a new start. They were still relatively young and had a good background. And again, I think we were very, very lucky.
And for you, how did you?
Then I came home, and I do remember again, I gotta get out of here. I have to do my schooling. I want to get my high school diploma. I worked 6 o'clock in the morning. I remember that in our home. I read books, I did exams, I skipped a class. I should not have done that, because now I regret that I did that. I wasn't such a good student. I was a very conscientious student. And I did finish high school fairly young. Well, normal, 17 or 18 years old. And then I wanted to get out of the house. I wanted to get out of the house and go to college and go to a different town. And I did for a few years, and then I didn't do much. Finally, I just was lazy and had a good time with friends. And then my father said, well, 2 years is enough. You either go come home, or you find yourself a job.
Where did you go to do your schooling, your college?
At college in Amsterdam, University of Amsterdam. And the year before I went to college, that's right, my father said, no, you cannot go to college, you first have to do home economics at home, which I did. Yeah, in those days, you know, you did what they said you should do, and that's what I did. And I lived 1 year at home doing home economics. And it was a pleasant time, but still I wanted to get out. And finally I did get out, and finally I did go to Amsterdam. And then I didn't do much, and then I found myself a job in Amsterdam.
Doing what?
I was helping in the library of the Ford Motor Company. And I chose that company. I was lucky to get accepted because they had Saturdays off. And in Holland, you didn't have Saturdays off. But that American factory had Saturdays off, and I got in. So I was lucky. And with the knowledge of English, which was not great at that time, but good enough to be accepted. So it's a long story with moving around at an early age, and that is not so good for people, I suppose. To be ripped from your background, from your home, going from place to place, and ending up in miserable situations and coming out of it, which is beautiful. But in general, I believe that will do more harm to young people than I can ever think of. And well, there's enough history known about that. So I was lucky.
For interview with Liesel VanCleeff. Today is March 22nd, 1996. I wanted to ask you, during your camp experience, did you understand why you were there? What was your feelings during your camp time?
No, I did not understand why I was in the camp. I didn't understand what was happening in my life in general. I was away from my home. I was away from my parents. I was away from the 4 different addresses I have been. And now I'm in the camp, And I must honestly confess, I didn't think that deeply. I didn't know why I was there. After the war, I was thinking, I've been punished for something I didn't do. And that's all I have to say. I don't think when I was in the camp I did anything for good or for joy. It was just a very ugly experience. Again, I do not know why I was there.
During that period, did you have any thoughts about God? Any conversations with a God?
No, I didn't. I didn't. No, it was pure survival. And I was not spiritual, nor spiritually moved. No.
What was it that you attribute to your survival?
I think probably a flexibility of character, kind of easygoing tolerance toward different situations, maybe the formal background we had from home, certain mannerisms of discipline and education. Although we were very young, we did have a certain routine in our lives at home. We went to school, but before school we had to do the piano playing. After school we had to do homework, so there was a certain discipline already set into us as young kids, and maybe that attributed to having survived the camp, and also the love of the last people that I was with, the older couple, who installed a beautiful spirit of nature and the love for nature and the simplicity of life. All these things combined may have contributed to survival, and I suppose a good health.
Did you ever see those people again?
I saw them after the war. They were much older, of course, and we kept in close contact. He was the best man at our wedding, and then he died, and she died later. Yes, we had intense contact. I still have intense contact with their children who live in the Canary Islands, and we kept this up as long as we could because we wanted to. They were wonderful people in my life.
And what about your parents? How did they end up surviving the war? Were they in hiding?
They were in hiding in a little house in Rotterdam in a small street without the possibility of walking outside. Sometimes maybe at night, I was told, but they were certainly cooped up almost more maybe than I was in the camp. It sounds a little strange. There was not enough food. There was food, but not always enough food, so they were sharing food with the people who were hiding them. My parents tried to, again, my mother was very creative by knitting and crocheting, or even untangling other knitted pieces so she could knit something anew again in a different size. My father, I do not know. He used to play chess and bridge. Maybe they did, but I'm not sure. I think there was a tremendous tension between the two of them, and my mother, always being gay and fun, probably kept at my father's spirit, who is by nature depressive and pessimistic. It was a very difficult time for them, and I don't blame them for having been so out of their mind. Where are our kids, and not being able to do anything. They wanted to give themselves up and also go in a camp. But that was spoken against, because that would have been their death rather than ours, and so they hung in there with a very tense 2 years. I don't know how my father managed with money. There must have been some money to pay for their hiding, for their food, for their linen, for their bedding, for their just being there. I'm not sure how that worked. I'm sorry my parents are dead. I wish I could have asked them much more, and we didn't. We didn't talk much with each other about these situations. Each had their own package of memories and difficulties of opening up. And maybe in those days and in that time of the century, 50 years ago, one didn't talk so much about one's problems as we do now. The therapy is readily available. So it was certainly for them a very emotional roller coaster. Yeah.
And what brought you to the United States?
I met my future husband in Holland, and he rather decided, he was a doctor, and he decided to come to the United States rather than staying in Holland for various reasons. He felt that if he would start a general practice, a family practice, that was difficult to get, and he was not really the type to go to people and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you have an earache or a headache." He would like to branch out to a land of possibilities, which at that time the United States had a lot to offer, but it also brought on a lot of demands for him to go through exams in Holland to be admitted to the United States. And we needed a sponsor, we needed a visa, we needed a lot of things. And I also think that my husband probably would have thought, now I'm marrying this woman with her own baggage, and if she would stay in Holland, then we would have had a life of going to our parents a little bit too much, too often. So we applied for the United States, and that's how I followed him, you know. And there we came in 1959. And we landed, he landed on the East Coast for a while and decided that was not the place for him, and got into an internship here in Tacoma. And I was still in Holland with my oldest daughter, and then came over. And that's how we started, and never regretted it. It was a wonderful step to come to the United States. We became citizens right after the 5 or 6 year waiting period, and this is where we are now. Unfortunately, we are apart, and but as far as coming to the United States, I think I'm grateful for my husband that I'm here.
And how have you spent your time?
Oh, in the beginning, I did a lot of babysitting. Our kid was very small. Ernestine needed to be taken care of. She was a baby of 6 months. I tried to find a little job here and there with babysitting or a little bit office work. And I was lonely. I was homesick. I thought this is another step with a tremendous change. You take a plane and in 8 hours you're here. Then what? And my husband was, you know, very busy. He was on call all the time, and he had to make it, and he had to do exams. So again, it was a stressful time, but, you know, freedom and possibilities. And so I know that I wanted a job. I wanted to get out of the house. My hobby is people. And then we moved to Seattle. And there our second daughter was born. And then my mother-in-law came over to take care of the second daughter, because I got a job I got a job with the World's Fair. I was a hostess at the European Community, and it was a great time. Yeah, it was a great time. My husband was a resident. His mother took care of the children, a wonderful, wonderful mother-in-law. And I was getting out into the world with people and do a little bit of German language, English, French, Dutch. And so, you know, from one thing came another, and we moved on and finally were able to buy a house and private practice for my husband. And we have been living in Seattle since 1961. I still wanted the job again. And first the children went to elementary school, and I was always home in the afternoon when they came home. But slowly, when they went to full-time schooling, I was able to get a part-time job. And have been doing that ever since. Not quite, but mostly, most of the time.
And what has been your religious experience here?
It certainly wasn't Jewish. My husband came from a Freemasonry background. He was not used to go to church. He is a free thinker, a man of self-resources, in touch with nature. I needed people again, and I heard about the Unitarian Church, a church where the philosophy is of what can man do on earth now, instead of talking about heaven and hell. It's a group of people who don't have a dogma. They accept everybody who comes in, no matter who you are, from what background you are. Free thinkers, thinkers of, they like to analyze situations, political situations, give everybody a chance. There was good art, good music, and I love music. And for me, a religious experience is almost always music. And that's how I became a member, and I'm still a member. And one of the thoughts I have is not wanting to belong to a particular group who thinks in one way or another, because I have this feeling of it creates a wonderful security, but maybe also a false security, because you're in it together and you believe according to some rules, but it also feels like it can create fanaticism. And I'm just very adamant about not belonging to a particular group of thinkers. And the Unitarian Church seems to be, for me, an answer of many unanswered questions. I'm not very active, once in a while, but in general I agree with their philosophy of letting anybody in from any background. You can join the church with signing a book. There is a lot of good ethics and art and music, and I still feel there may be some hope for people in this world to learn how to think for themselves.
And what about your relationship to Judaism?
I don't have any, except I did, but I had for the last few years a boss at the University of Washington who is a very orthodox scholar. He is a scholar of biblical Judaism. He is the chair of comparative religion program. He is a great man. I I've had a marvelous relationship on a friendly basis with him as employer and employee. He's one of those people, I don't know if it's because he's so Orthodox Jewish. He happens to be Orthodox Jewish.
What is his name?
Martin Jaffe. He never, ever said, well, what about you and your Judaism? You're just, I always told him I'm a sloppy case of Dutch Judaism. And once in a while he said, when are you coming home? And I said, I've never, I don't even understand what you're trying to say. But he is a man of this is a man of a great self, he has a sense of self. And he could be maybe a Catholic priest, or he could be a Zen Buddhist. It still doesn't feel to me I want to be involved with Judaism, but he is a scholar, and when he would like you to do some work, which I did for him for many years, he would say, well, if you have time, do it. And I would say things like, well, I'm too old to think, and he said, thank God. And in conclusion, again, I don't want to give an impression that I'm closer to Judaism or ever will join, but it's, again, I think if people can develop a sense of self, thinking for yourself, be analytical, critical, that is my conclusion. And I love to be with all kinds of people, including Orthodox Jewish people, of course.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Now, is this too much gobbledygook? These are the parents of the mother of Liesel VanCleeff, so my grandparents. The woman is Martha Simon with Hugo Simon. Martha Simon was a born Knopf, K-N-O-P-F. Martha Simon Knopf, married to Hugo Knopf, pediatrician in Berlin, Germany. This is the family VanCleeff, my grandparents, Tobias, Johanna, Ernst, my father, Arthur and Friedel, all in Rotterdam. These are my parents, VanCleeff, with Gretchen VanCleeff on their wedding day in Berlin, in Germany. This is a happy picture before the war in Rotterdam, how we were as children playing dress up in our parental home of the VanCleeffs. To the left is my sister Nelleke VanCleeff and myself, Liesel VanCleeff, before the war. You see here the Mr. and Mrs. Vandermeer in Rotterdam at a party. They were the wonderful Christian people, Orthodox Christians, who brought in papers with baptismal papers for me into the camp, so I wouldn't be shipped out to Auschwitz, but went to Theresienstadt. He personally brought in the baptismal papers into the camp in Westerbork. This is the famous paper Mr. Vandermeer brought into the camp, that I am a member of the Dutch Orthodox Hervormde Kerk, the church. This saved me from being shipped to Auschwitz, and I was shipped to Theresienstadt. This is a very important paper, the most important paper, that I was saved, because he was able to bring this, smuggle in this paper by himself into the camp, and it saved me from the Holocaust in Auschwitz. It says that We have several papers here. One is in Westerbork, where they say I will not be shipped to the eastern part of Europe because I am now a Protestant person, having been baptized. The upper papers say where I am now in the ghetto of Theresienstadt and what I shouldn't do or what I should do, and I'm really a gopher there in Theresienstadt. It's both papers are really remarkable. The first one is given out in Westerbork in the Dutch concentration camp, where I was told, because I'm now baptized, I will not be shipped out to the east, which of course wasn't true, except I was not shipped out to Auschwitz, but I was shipped out to the east in Theresienstadt. And the other pieces of paper say when I am there in Theresienstadt, in the ghetto, where you see the word ghetto, that I will be a gopher and I'm not supposed to have this or that with me, and that I have been injected with things against infectious diseases. We are now in Switzerland, liberated from the camps in 1945, not knowing if Holland has been liberated, not knowing from our parents, and there is a telegram sent to us to Switzerland that Ernst, Gretchen, Johanna, Martha, my grandmothers, are all safe in Holland. This is a picture taken after the war, where we were still very lucky. Most of the family came back. In the front, I'm in the middle. To the right of me is my sister Nelleke. And this is the whole family VanCleeff, married to various different persons. This is a picture of my wedding day in 1957 in Holland. I was married to Otto Rombouts, and we are here at on the steps of the City Hall in Leiden in Holland. This is my sister Nelleke, who is married to Hilbert. Nelleke VanCleeff, married to Hilbert Kalfsbeek in Holland just last year or 2 years ago. They were married 20 years on this picture, my sister Nelleke and her husband Hilbert. This is my brother Jan VanCleeff, who was born after the war. He's 20 years younger than I am, and he is now 45 years old and lives in Holland. This is Felix VanCleeff. He's the son of Jan VanCleeff, my brother. He is 8 years old, lives in Rotterdam, Holland. This is my daughter Ernestine Johanna Rombouts. She was born in Amsterdam in Holland in 1959. This is my daughter Beatrix Deborah Rombouts. She was born in Seattle in 1961.
So you're done introducing us?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to speak on was the fact that I have been very interested in Mom's experiences, and over the last year or two she has really opened up and talked a little bit more in depth about what actually happened. We decided to go on a trip in 1991 to actually see where the first camp that she went to was, and I had the opportunity to go there with my aunt. and my cousins. And one of the things that happened there was that there was an artist in residence who had actually been in that particular camp, who had made drawings of the daily activity that went on there, and it was really, really inspirational. It was very traumatic. It was gloomy. And one of the things that we benefited from was that particular day when we went to see that exhibit, he was there. So we had a chance to actually interact with him. And one of the things that they had at Westerbork is they had the actual book of the people that had been at that camp. And what really made a huge impact on me was the fact that I actually saw my mother's name and my aunt's name. And that was an extremely emotional moment for me. I feel like I'm going to get really emotional right now because I had heard about it and I knew that they had gone there. Excuse me. And to actually see their names in black and white was just very, very powerful for me. And one of the things that I really appreciate for my aunt in particular is the fact that she took the time to go with me to the camp, because I know for her, I believe it was one of the first times in the last few years that she had actually gone back. And when you see the camp now, what I think is very significant is that the railroad tracks that actually go to the camp are actually turned upwards, which means that that's the end of the track, that's the end of the road. And they have a visitor center there where people can go to and they can see pictures, and if they want to, I guess the book is public material so that people can look through that if they want to know if in fact their relatives were there. And the other part of it is that anytime there is an exhibit, there is a book, there is a movie, there is a play, sometimes I wonder if it's a morbid fascination, particularly around the Holocaust. I am always going to those exhibits. And I remember 2 years ago, for my mom's birthday, it may seem very strange, there was an exhibit here in Seattle at the Seattle Center, and I asked her if she wanted to go, and we actually went on her birthday. And for the first time that I can remember as an adult and even as a child, when we went through that exhibit, my mom was actually able to talk about what happened, and it seemed like she was relatively comfortable with what the exhibit was all about and what they showed there, because one of the areas had a room that actually was set up as a mock house in the ghetto before people were actually taken to the camps, and then actually what a gas chamber and what a camp would look like in actuality with paraphernalia. It was very profound. And I finally saw Schindler's List. That affected me deeply. I guess being a child of a survivor is something that means more to me than sometimes I think about or I express in words. And sometimes I feel like I have this intense sensitivity to people and being around people that I get really caught up in emotions. And by profession, I'm a therapist. And so when I hear about people that have been through trauma, I have a special affinity for that. But one of the things that I'm very, very thankful for is that my mom survived, that we are here, and that at least in 1996 she is sharing her story, not only with us, but also with younger children. And I think that that has been a big part of the healing process for all of us.
Did you want to add something?
I'm very happy to be here with my children, and I'm also very happy to indeed talk about it and be going out now as a volunteer in the public schools to talk about it in a more educational way than just saying all the horrible things that are happening, and teach people to think for themselves critically, analytically, and that they can develop a sense of self before accepting what people say to them and what you should do and what you shouldn't do.